Друзья, привет!
Что ж, погнали. Всем привет, вы на канале Виндыла, меня зовут Владислав, это диско Elysium, и сегодня надо любой ценой добить прохождение этой графической новеллы. Потому что я пришел к выводу, что игрой я это назвать не могу. Тем более хороший. Верьте. Так. Я принял волевое решение, что несмотря на ни на что, нам на все похую. Поэтому мы одеваем резиновые перчатки. Идем все равно пытаться снять это ебаное тело с дерева или его осмотреть. Будем блевать до победного, пока у нас не получится это сделать.
There he still is. Looking right, you crack open the ammonia pool and breathe in. The odor of death is still stronger. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your eyes squinting, you stand in it.
Так, значит, что произошло? С каких-то хуев 28% нам хватило. Мы применили ампулу с нашатырным спиртом. Вот. Запах смерти становится только сильнее, мозг настойчиво кричит «беги», а желудок хочет вывернуться наизнанку. Ты щуришь глаза и продолжаешь стоять посреди этой вони. Так, я так понимаю, вопрос, это мы попиздим со стойкостью, а возможно с окружающими.
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
Не угадал, попиздели с Куцерагина.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength.
Угу.
The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates covers them.
Так.
Delicate and fragile, they feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow.
Ну вообще да, блядь, какие-то слишком футуристичные ботинки для такого чувака и для такого мира.
These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Да-да-да, и очень даже похоже, что это именно как часть броня. Нихуя себе, она по колено пиздует. И такая прям... Штурмовик, сука, 100%.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff. It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. In that time, we've lost 6 men to semi-automatics. For a full set, about 4 years of wages.
Вот вам, блядь, и мирок, нахуй. Полный комплект брони стоит, блядь, как зарплата полицейского за 4 года, нахуй. Они по этом хотят, блядь, чтобы они не брали взятки. Да хуй там, конечно, блядь. Работать будут на тех, кто платит, а не на тех, за кем якобы правда, моральные устои И еще какая-то залупа. Когда нехуй жрать, меньше всего тебя интересует облик общества.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
Not too much, yes.
Ебать, то есть я получаю 5500 реалов в год. При этом мне сейчас за отель какой-то жопе мира надо отдать 130. Нихуя себе, давайте прикинем. Давайте посчитаем, блядь. Давайте посчитаем, где мой калькулятор, блядь. Ёб твою мать, это третья часть зарплаты, на. Месячно. Нихуя себе. О! Мой вариант ответа. Ёб твою мать.
It's a sorry situation, I agree.
Так.
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company, but that's just hearsay. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you...
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford. The locals probably scavenged it. It would be odd if he had more on after 7 days. We should keep a lookout for this species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know. No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirts we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics.
Nice. That makes sense.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the besmirties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fucking talking about underpants.
Clearly, Kuno would like to interject something here, but there's not enough for him to hold on to. A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates, where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates, until there are hundreds of them altogether. Like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by highly resistant wood materials, like lignum vitae and ebony perhaps. If trees were made of porcelain, this is what their cross-sections would look like. The smooth, glossy surface fractures into ever more intricate interconnections, peaking on the right sabaton, where you notice. The whorls are in the shape of a letter and number combination, E50, 100, 1000.
Good. Can you read it to me? We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio in my kinema when we're done. Either station can chase it for us.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Ну, кажется, мы сейчас решим вопрос со снятием трупа, потому что мы, кажется, оторвем ему сейчас нахуй голову, и он пизданется.
Stop! Pig's gonna pull his head off. Brutal!
А, вот почему ботинки на нем остались, блядь, голова отрывается. Ну, может быть, может быть.
What's wrong with you, asshole? Why's he letting go, Kuno?
I don't know, baby. I don't know why he's such a...
Officer, if I may ask, what were you trying to achieve by putting on the deceased foot?
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue. The hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. This is a steel-reinforced cargo lashing belt, big brother of the regular cargo belt. It's used for tying cargo under six-rotor airships.
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands. This makes getting him down more problematic than I had assumed. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle.
Ну, это, естественно, логичнее, блядь, что так протянуть ремень будет гораздо легче. Но, блядь, это требует нихуя себе подготовки тоже. Ну, то есть, я имею в виду по времени. Хули там такого ремень, блядь, закинуть, протянуть через пряжку, просто что... Ну, скажем так, ребята не спешили, блядь.
Could be. The shape of the branch supports the theory.
The brief suggested as much, politically motivated by the ongoing strike. Did you not get a briefing? Okay, you should ask me for one the first moment we get.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt, limbs limp and torso covered in tattoos. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing.
А, ёб твою мать, вот эта черная залупа, это татуировки, а я думал, это уже трупное
The
разложение
concentration
пошло.
is highest around his heart. His corpse is marked by stars, alcohol, and heartbreak.
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great century Messinian, maybe. But this seems...
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you.
so annoying.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera.
This is the first time he openly acknowledges the kid's existence.
I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it? It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter, to us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the photo paper, teeming with opportunistic organisms. His eyes are milky white and blind to the world. Pitch dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
Учитывая, сколько за все мое прохождение и как часто пиздит внутренняя империя, я очень удивлен, что у меня здесь, блять, не стопроцентный шанс. Ну, давайте попробуем.
I'm gone. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing funny about jokes either. A killer, a motherfucker, and a killer. Go ahead, Coppo. Into the wild pale yonder.
А почему, блять, у трупа, с которым я воображаемо разговариваю, блять, голос моего рептильного мозга, сука? 100%.
In the past, way out in the west. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination. Go ahead, ask me more questions. You fucking love questions. Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Here you go, you loony. Because you have. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. No, you're not a Harry either. You're a motherfucker. Do I remind you of someone?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
You sure got out of that one, Coppellini. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams.
As you narrow your eyes, the monster this is a trick. You've done it before. Pink is where the blood settled in the first hours post-mortem. You can use it to see if the corpse has been tampered with. Does his position at the time of death match the discoloration? Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest...
I see it. His neck too. The lividity goes right up his chin. We have good, well-pronounced discoloration here.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with something. Black liquid.
So, what do you think? Agreed, especially on the neck. The belt acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis supports her hanging. Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption, but we should still get him down before assigning a probable cause of death.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it. Drop.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of death.
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Did we? I don't feel lucky. I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with their little sport.
Stop talking in riddles, coin slot.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal like.
I agree.
There are crow's feet in his eyes. He's laughing silently. His personality is no longer a part of the world.
Totally dead. That sounds about right, yes.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
Ах.
Are you sure we've finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done. The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt.
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying, and harder than he thought.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material. Someone else? You mean like the police? Someone like a paid garbage man? Or a cleaning crew? I have bad news for you. That is a detective. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanitary concern here. We need to get him down, fast. Climb up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
buckle ties the rope to the branch. That's a good spot to aim.
Where? Ah, yes, I see. If the shot hits that, there might be a chance to release the belt.
Yeah, now we're talking. Entertain the Kuno with some shit.
They'll miss. The pigs will miss, Kuno.
The lieutenant is undecided. On one hand, he wants to shoot some gun. On the other, it's an awfully stupid idea. Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant unzips his jacket and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks.
Блять, хоть что-то, блять, Куцураги может сделать, кроме пиздежа. Ёбаный рот, ничего особенного.
That's a Kiel A9090 Armistice, mass-produced muzzle loader, ascetic, frugal, one of the most common firearms in the world. He then steps back and assumes the phallostess position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
It's gonna fucking miss.
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air.
God damn it.
Не попал.
He feels bad about his eyes mostly, just having bad eyesight, probably from a young age. Whatever you do,
Fucking idiot. Muckaba asshole.
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he?
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him down without assistance. It's bad as it is, us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead, I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
They only have one gun.
This is the sorriest pair of pigs Kuno's ever seen.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boyka. Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth.
the cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard, instinctively resting on the trigger.
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth.
The buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Do it! Set me free!
You feel as though it would be dangerous to set this creature free, to roam about the cosmos.
Don't.
Do it!
Сука, как соблазнительно-то, ёбаный рот. Ну, блять, ну да ладно.
Intense shit, copper.
Could waved his gun! It wasn't intense, it was pathetic!
Your field of view narrows. The branch slowly moves, becoming entirely two-dimensional. The metal buckle glimmers, catching the slow movement of the branch in the wind, and your shoulders.
Look, he's crying! You gonna cry now, fucking faggoty? Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is about?
The buckle explodes into tiny pieces, coming loose with a whir.
Заебись.
With your hand numb from the recoil, you look at the body slumped down. For a moment, the man appears to kneel in front of you, looking straight at you, helpless, trapped within itself.
Communism.
It takes a millisecond for the association to flash within your cortex. You have no idea where it's coming from, only that it's right.
Значит, его убил профсоюз. Уже хорошо.
Then the rigor in his muscles gives up, and he smashes sideways into the spring mud, letting out a horrid stench.
Fuck you, Kurpale!
Ace is high.
The Ace is High, a custom invented by the aerostatic brigades during the revolution, is used to celebrate success in Revachol, especially in sports. The lieutenant takes a little hop to perform the customary salutation. Your palm hurts from the slap. It's precise and down to the point.
I knew these guys were
Бля, это моя схема, мне нравится.
Kuno cracks with laughter. Sounds like someone strangling a seagull. It's
I knew they suck each other off.
We will perform a field autopsy and determine the cause of death. But before... Excuse me. It looks like I feel like taking a break from the stench. I'm sorry to interrupt the jubilations here. Just a little breather before we do the autopsy. I would suggest we interview Everard and Joyce, the leader of the union and the Wild Pines rep. But we've already done that, so it's up to you, detective. Take us where we need to be.
he trusts you have plenty of things in the task chain lined up.
Да, список у нас пиздец, только растет, нихуя не делаем, блядь, только, блядь, что-то постоянно набираемся всякой левой хуйни. Итак, мы подняли уровень, или даже два. За один, блядь, вот этот вот, за то, что не засали, пошли, у нас получилось, блядь. И что же мы с вами будем дальше выкачивать? Потому что у нас, блядь, внутренняя империя пиздит, блядь, не затыкайся, я вообще ее нахуй не качал. Риторика такая, я сегодня, блядь, выходная, третий день подряд, паскуда. Вот. Все остальное пока не сильно работает, откровенно говоря. Ну, стойкость, скажем так, этот 1 балл ей не в пизду, не в Красную Армию. Логику я тоже не сильно замечал. Так, энциклопедия. Иногда что-то нам рассказывает. Драма хуйня, концептуализация забавная хуйня, конечно. Визуальный анализ. Должна быть веселая залупа. Ну-ка, давайте. Итак, отлично подойдет судебным экспертам, боевым тактикам, людям с математическим складом ума. С визуальным анализом вы станете экспертом не только в области права, но и законов природы. Вы сможете создавать у себя в голове виртуальные модели места преступлений, будете способны по осколкам разбитого стекла восстановить траекторию полета пули с математической точностью. Вы также станете опытным следопытом. Одного взгляда вам будет достаточно, чтобы определить размер и модель обуви, а также рост, вес и пол ее владельца. На высоких уровнях визуального анализа мир раскроет перед вами свои тайны, но вы можете так увлечься картинками, которые рисует разум, что не заметите злоумышленника у себя под носом. Однако на низких уровнях ваш внутренний взор не увидит ничего, и восстановить события будет невозможно без посторонней помощи. Так. Короче, я смотрю, что меня привлекают, блядь, параметры только из строчки интеллект. Хотя, конечно, возможно, я погорячился, и нам нужна была моторика все-таки, блядь. Интеллект и моторика, а не психика. Психика что-то сама себе базарит, но толку это не дает. У нас есть 2 уровня. Визуальный анализ очень хорошая вещь, можно его будет взять. Либо мы можем захотеть еще дальше риторику прокачивать. Попытаться всех перепиздеть. Кого только сможем. Что вообще эквилибристика у меня по нолям? Прям совсем. Что с ней не так? Нахуй? Отлично подойдет акробатам, ворам, невыносимым хвостунам. С эквилибристикой вы будете стараться выставить себя в самом выгодном свете, жить в стиле диска. Вы обойдете всех с пластикой самарийского боксера, а потом, выполнив изящное сальто, внезапно появитесь на глазах у изумленной публики. Вы сможете бесшумно двигаться, отрываясь под клевые биты, незаметно собирать доказательства прямо под носом у преступников. Кроме того, вы будете гораздо более крутым копом. Ваши атлетические способности, безусловно, произведут впечатление на гражданское население. На высоких уровнях эквилибристики вы станете круче вареных яиц, то есть самым стильным мудаком в Ревашоре. Никто вас не заметит, пока вы сами не захотите, и тогда ваш зритель получит незабываемое ощущение, хочет он того или нет. А вот с низким уровнем эквилибристики вы будете криворуким никчемным копом, который не способен поймать связку ключей, не лишившись глаза. Какой-то очень бесчестный, блядь, скилл. И у меня он вообще на нулях. Сугубо потому, что от него какие-то только плюсы. То есть у него бафы ебанутся, а дебафы пизданутся вообще. То есть, ну, куда, блядь? То есть, ну, он как бы... Так. Ладно, это все хуйня. Мы возьмем визуальный анализ. И все-таки возьмем риторику. Будем гнуть свою линию до конца. Я хуй знает, сколько тут уровней, блядь, и как их поднимать и так далее и тому подобное. Пусть будет так. Дальше, что у нас здесь появилось? Значит, у нас появились инструменты. Не появились у нас инструменты. Скорее всего, можно повзаимодействовать с нашим журналом. Журнал неудачи и ненависти. Так, у нас появилась фотография татуировок.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time the lines intersect, a small white star is formed in their crossing. Hundreds of fading, it still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky. But something's not for you to discover. You've gotten as far as someone close to the victim might know. Someone who knows about history could tell you.
Ходим к чуваку в ломбард.
Gone. The rotting man lies on his side with his eyes looking straight through you. The belt is still around his neck. His body is supine and open to intrusion. The lieutenant adjusts his glasses and takes a deep breath.
Come on, officer. You know what a field autopsy is. You've done 100 of them.
What you do know is, at 18.9 kilometers, the dormant shield volcano, Corpus Mundi, is the world's highest summit, and the failure of the 38 single, Epui Descent, to crack the top 20 was the death knell of disco. But what a field autopsy is, you have no idea.
There truly is a time for everything, even for yellow gardening gloves. However, they are lacking hygienically. I suggest you get in there in limited capacity.
Блять, перчатки мне нравятся, нахуй. Они уже третий раз отыгрывают, блять, в сюжете. Просто, блять, хоть что-то хорошее.
I'll ask you when I need you to. For the most part, maybe I should handle the contact and you take notes? Yes, you see, the field autopsy form is the one on red copier paper.
The dead man stares in silence as you crack open the ledger. The bright red paper is covered in boxes and lists, describing the condition of his skin and organs. Above those, an 11-field info form needs filling out first. It begins with...
That's you.
The corpse is indifferent to your scribblings, just lies there.
KK57-08.
KK equals Kim Kitsuragi. 57 equals Precinct 57, followed by his date 0803 and time of arrival 0815 on the scene. That's because he doesn't want to bring up the messy question of your initials.
Next. NA. Next. NA. Roughly 50.
Try 40. The damage is so extensive, it's better to err on the young side. He nods.
Mondial.
Fair to olive-skinned, from the Isola of Mundi. This is as vague as it gets. You might as well say whitish. The pudgy mess of curdled meat looks neither mondial nor anything.
Fucky!
Male.
Pigs can have sex!
Nor does he look male, with his pregnant belly and indistinguishable face.
We're still going with March 4th. 51.
Что за хуйня? Вы что думаете, что я не читаю, блядь, всю эту залупу, на? Куда делся нахуй весь остальной диалог? Давай, блядь, подгружай нахуй. Там только что было сказано дата прибытия, все дела. Короче, типа сегодняшняя 8.03. Это 8 марта. Праздником. Если что. Блять, а здесь написано и здесь предполагаемая дата смерти типа 4.03. С каких таких хуев, если они уже заебали мне весь мозг, говоря о том, что он уже 7 дней висит на дереве? То есть 3 из них он висел живым, блять, или что нахуй? Где, что? Почему такой проеб нахуй? Я один это, блять, не понял. Записываем в минусы игры, записываем.
What else? 9. Body identified by is non-applicable. 10. Case number is the same as the coroner's case.
KK 57 0503 0815.
None. At least not after the initial examination. Then again, the right lividity is easy to produce if you know what you're doing.
Your central nervous system recognizes this gesture. It's the stations of the breath. Ecclesiastic, religious in nature, a holdout from pre-Delorian burial rites. It takes him 2 seconds to perform. Then, somewhere in Gemrock North, a small wood shed behind Rosencrantz Row, Lieutenant Nick Feuerbach puts his hand to the chest of a small corpse, no larger than a monkey. It's raining outside, light drizzle. There is darkness in the shed. Elsewhere yet, an obese female sits in a wicker chair, her silhouette ball-like against the window. Outside, Grand Coudon. The day is turning dim for Sergeant Mac Dawson. Hand extended, he approaches, to make sure she is dead more than anything else. And so, all across Jamrock, Coal City, GRIH, 42 deceased persons found today, 42 stations of breath.
Нихуя себе 42 трупа в день. Ты я ебал нахуй. А, кстати, а есть где-нибудь статистика, сколько трупов находят в реальном мире? Надо погуглить свой город, блядь. Ты уж ебануться нахуй, уж много, блядь. Ты что? Ну, мне так кажется. Возможно, блядь, я не прав.
We should start the postmortem.
The corpse cannot feel Kim's hand on his chest. It no longer meaningfully interacts with its surroundings. A thicket of boxes and lists on red copy paper tries to answer why.
Clothes. The deceased wears armored boots and white briefs. The make of the briefs is Babrodine, I think. Let's see.
See, it's happening.
Babrodine, yes. Inexpensive. Size M. Color white.
The disappointment is palpable. The red-haired thing was expecting something more lurid.
The boots are ceramic, vitreous enamel. They are fused to his skin from blood flowing downward post-mortem. Removal of the boots is left for processing. The boot has a serial number. It's E50.100.100. The lines between the plates are in the shape of the alphanumerical. The number is purposefully concealed by the design. Tattoos. The upper torso is covered in a single continuous tattoo, resembling a map of the night sky. It reaches from the right shoulder to the heart. The ink is blue and white. The assistant has a color photograph of the markings, to be added to the case files as document A1. The photo is taken on the scene, using a Triget Mini. The deceased has a belt for airlifting cargo around his neck, tied with a hangman's knot. Color yellow. Length 3 meters. There is a buckle on the other end. Well-nourished, athletically built, measuring 1.8 meters. Generally consistent with age 42. Preservation is good. Ambient temperature below freezing. Body hair is light brown. Distribution is consistent with age. The deceased had male pattern baldness. Hair is combed back, short. Lividity is consistent with hanging. The head is congested. Contusions are present on the head, chest, and thighs, consistent with stones thrown post-mortem. Low velocity.
Fucking low velocity? You think Kuno doesn't know what you're talking about? Velocity was fucking max. Talking shit about Kuno's velocity.
In addition, there are bite marks on the face, scalp, and chest, consistent with predation. Ligature mark. Still wearing. There's too much of it. We need to remove the belt so we can get to the ligature mark.
You got just the right tool for that. The chain cutters.
Always good to think ahead. Now, we need to cut the belt to see the ligature mark below.
See, my pig is gonna fuck his head off.
No, he ain't. Your pig's a boring fuck.
The belt is equally tight around the whole circumference of his neck, swelling over the edges like white bread, rising
Опять же,
from the east.
недостаток. Нельзя, блядь, в процессе диалога войти в меню одежды, потому что у меня есть шмот, который добавляет мне грубую силу, например. И уже с этим можно было бы работать, но так как я не могу зайти в инвентарь и переодеться, блядь, увы.
You jam the cutters right under the knot. That seems like a smart idea. Yeah, somewhere there. Already they're buried deep in the man's... The lieutenant looks by, somewhat worried as you summon power words to...
Yeah, fuck him. Fuck that faggot. Corpse fucking time.
Told you my pig was hardcore.
I should have a go first. I think I have a strategy.
He sinks the cutters into the knot, preparing to perform the cuts, with his elbow to his knee for precision. Snap! The knot is slashed. Another cut and the belt falls apart like a flower bouquet, revealing the dead man's neck and the dark red ligature mark around it.
Here. The rope rises to a point, leaving a gap in the ligature mark. The suspension point is in the back of the neck. Hemorrhaging is observed on the skin, above and below the ligature mark. The mark is well pronounced, consistent with a drop from 1 or 1.5 meters.
О, то, о чем я говорил в самом начале, что, блядь, раз у него сломана шея, значит его сбросили с относительной высоты, которая это И собственный вес сломал ему шею вместо того, чтобы он, то есть не от удушья умирал, а уже мгновенно погиб от перелома шейных позвонков.
Chest is intact. Normal contour. Abdomen is protuberant. Pelvis intact. Genitalia.
No! Let's get up and see!
I fucking knew it!
This is clearly what they've been waiting for, ever since the autopsy began. The lieutenant is trying to make it as boring as possible.
Блядь, чем больше он копается в этом трупе, тем сильнее он восстанавливает, так сказать. Блядь, отупел. Как это сказать? Ну, короче, я его хуесосил в прошлом выпуске, а в этом могу похвалить даже.
Genitalia is male and unremarkable. No evidence of injury. Back is symmetrical and intact. Upper and lower extremities are intact, but asymmetrical. There are combat injuries on the right hand, thigh, and hip. In addition, I see smaller, residual scars, too numerous to count, covering about 30% of his skin.
From wounds sustained over 2, maybe more decades, dispersal and accumulation indicates long and active combat duty.
We have a real museum here. Of battles, wars. Last item. Hands. Hands are clean. No sign of a recent struggle. Ooh. That's all for the external. Well done. What next? Central nervous system. I have nothing. Do you have anything on this man's central nervous system?
Of course, there is a moral to be drawn from it. A moral to this story.
What would that be?
The dead man looks, too, with barely contained excitement to hear the moral of his story.
I think that may well be the moral of every story, officer. Good. Musculoskeletal. Purge fluid is coming from the mouth. Not injury related. Eyes and tongue protuberant. Hyoid bone. Let's see.
With his eyes almost closed, the lieutenant puts his hand on the dead man's throat and begins to massage it, gently. A rotting smell erupts from the mouth. Purge.
Yeah, jack that fucker off!
The hyoid bone is fractured. The rest of the musculoskeletal system is intact. Unremarkable. Respiratory system. Oral cavity shows no lesions. The victim has received dental implants, possibly after a combat wound. Hepatobiliary, NA. Are you a hepatobiliary expert? Neither am I. Same for toxicology and serology, NA. Cardiovascular. The body exhibits heavy lividity. Blood has gathered in the hands, feet, and neck. Hypostasis is visually consistent with the hanging. Gastrointestinal.
This will do.
Digested semi-solid food in stomach. Voila. What's next on the list? Let's see. We have bite marks, contusions on the head and chest, and a ligature mark encircling the neck. You'll need 3 fields. Leave a 4th one too. Nothing, just in case. Head, chest and scalp bite mark injuries. Predation by birds has caused damage to the body. Odontologist does not need to be consulted. And your opinion, officer? Agreed. Next injury? So, the scalp bleeds from a post-mortem head injury, a stone. The injury does not have the rim of an early inflammatory response. The perpetrator on the scene has confessed to causing it post-mortem.
At maximum velocity, fucker!
Has confessed to causing it at maximum velocity.
Coagulated blood sticks to his scalp and chest, where the countless stones have hit the dead man. Beneath, the description of injury. 2 boxes.
Right. Next. Oh, so we inflicted them? Okay, so there's an incision on the thorax from a chain cutter. I wouldn't mention it. Better not to muddy the waters.
See? These pigs are fucking corrupt.
Why don't you fuck 'em if you love 'em?
Now, injuries. A dark red abraded ligature mark encircling the neck, with a gap on the nape measuring, let's say, 7 centimeters. The hyoid bone is fractured. I see hemorrhaging on the skin, above and below the ligature mark.
Below the note, 2 customary boxes wait to be ticked. The man's head jerks to the side. The ring around...
That's it. We have established cause of death. It's not much, and it leaves much to be questioned. But it's a start. Let's wrap this up. I pronounce this field autopsy over. Well, we established probable cause of death. Some would say we were thorough with the list of injuries too. We described them all in detail. What is there to say? Given the circumstances, it was a professional field autopsy. I need a copy of that autopsy form. Then I will drive him to Faubourg for processing.
He's thinking, did I miss something? I'm sure we didn't get everything. There's always something.
Shoot, Looney Rooney. Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features.
If you run your hands over the victim's cold body, his limbs, his torso with its swollen organs, maybe you should be more thorough. He pulled down his breeches. Marbling is present around the crotch. The penis...
Can't get enough of that dick.
Do you think we missed something?
You can't shake the feeling that there are more secrets concealed in the flesh before you.
Okay, well, we are in livor mortis here. He is disintegrating. We need to refrigerate the body if we want to conduct another examination, and we need to do it fast. It would have to be industrial in size. Let's start by asking Gart at the Whirling in Rags and the Fritz store down at the gates. If they don't know, but only if all else fails.
Fuck are you looking at, Beano man? You want a piece of the Kuno? Want a...
Only if all else fails.
Kuno looks like he gets around, knows Martinez, and its fridges too, probably.
Hurry. This is one task we cannot sideline. With every hour, whatever we are looking for will become harder to find.
Ебать мне квестов надавали. Пиздануться на. Ёбаный, сука, по голове. Блять, я сейчас эту грустную скобочку удалю с клавиатуры. Заебал промахиваться. Так.
So you tried to kill Kuno's girl? What's up with that? You want to talk about it?
Not all of us. Acts like that stick with you for a while.
No one's moving anywhere. Do this shit again, and Kuno's gonna climb in your room at night when Kuno knows where you sleep. The pig who fucked his window up. I'm gonna climb in through that balcony, put the fucking knife in you. Yeah, I've been in your room. But you and Kuno are good for now, pals. Shoot that shit at Kuno. Let's have a jolly time. And you're back in business with the Kuno. Now what is it?
Kuno is a merciful king, kind to his wayward subjects. It's not Kuno, it's Kuno-S.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you whispering about!
She puts extra stress onto that word, expecting it will make you uncomfortable.
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
It's okay. The pig's trying to pit us against each other. Not gonna let him do that.
Блять.
That's it. You let him off the line. That was a bad, manipulative thing to say. You should understand. I got you this far. I couldn't...
Trying to fuck my Kuno! Trying to fuck my Kuno away! Me and Kuno are tight. We ride for life.
For the fucking... Good thing you asked the Kunmeister. Kuno knows a fridge. Perfect for freezing. Bacon Man's in a rush. But what's in it for the Kuno? What's the return on Kuno's investment?
By killing in his territory, someone has openly challenged Kuno. It's in his best interest to put them in their place. A dark flame smolders in Kuno's eyes as he ponders your argument, wordless, like kings do.
Alright, Kuno hears you. See that shit house over there?
A cold comes over you as you glance behind him at the crumbling colossus there, casting.
You gotta get in that shit. In there, deep. Check the fucking basement, pig. Don't you know anything? Oh, there's a giant fridge down there. Fuck it will fit, no problem. It looks like a white bear or some shit. Try not to piss yourself when you see it.
A white bear? A polar bear?
Through the bookstore. You gotta beg the book bitch. Used to be you could get in there through the doorbell, jam that shit. Book bitch changed that. Kuno doesn't beg, so Kuno doesn't go there anymore. Yeah, book bitch, beggar.
He means the bookstore. We have to ask the proprietor.
See, the clerk gets it. Listen to your four-eyed friend. You didn't hear it from Kuno, pig. But don't forget where you...
Kuno owns you now, pig. You're Kuno's property.
What's going on is an ungovernable youth on your crime scene, throwing around incendiary language. Like you don't have enough on your plate. You feel a sudden surge of self-pity coming on.
Trying to fuck at the Kuno. Trying to fuck at me. Trying to fuck. Kuno only gets higher. It's faster, faster, faster. Can't take the Kuno. Stay out of the reactor.
Kuno gonna fuck you up. Up, up, up.
Normal is not what we got here. You've got to work with what you have for now.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. Maybe more than 12. No, 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. 1. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 46. 2. Standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 3. Hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. Four, standard work boot, number 45 or 46. 5. Another standard work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 44. 6. An aberration, light as air, even pace, same make of boot, but impossible to tell. Could also have been an adolescent. The gait is undeveloped. You're not bad. It's as if the whole world darkens. Everything else has a thin film of unimportance on it. And 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. But the imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. 8, and yet another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the soul, however. The right...
How many? I was pretty off then. I counted 20. I never got the hang of it. Hyperopia. Do you see anything out of the ordinary? A woman or a kid? Understood. Anything else? 200? Could it be the combined weight of two people, one carrying the other who's tied up? Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built, soon-to-be-dead man.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
I can't see any prints fitting the armor boots the victim was wearing, can you? Someone had to carry him. Are any of the other prints deep enough? An obese person is becoming less likely. Possibly, yes.
But why?
Yes, they could have used a makeshift stretcher or just march him up to the gallows.
Maybe there was a physically impressive strongman in their midst. Someone who wanted to impress their peers.
Even easier to carry on a stretcher, or between two men. Anyway, it's for future consideration. What else can you see? Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal, like a joiner at the harbor, or maybe a drummer?
He regrets it the moment he says it.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking for a drummer. We are looking for a group of dock workers.
The lieutenant clearly appreciates the chance to clear up the drummer issue himself.
Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right.
Нормальные драйверы, но в вашем мире это, конечно, блядь, навряд ли работает эта схема. Но нормальные драйверы ездят босиком. Ну как босиком, там в носках, блядь, или в каких-нибудь тапочках легких, потому что пиздец 9 часов 10 за рулем нахуй отсиди. В ботинках, блядь. Ты нахуй будешь видеть эту работу на третий день. Похуй на зарплату. Не, есть и такие, базара ноль, блядь. Ну, обычно ребята все очень чистоплотные в этом плане. Дома, конечно, срач наверняка у всех, это самое. Но, блядь, вот в плане машины, блядь, я работал с ребятами, с которыми, блядь, заходишь к нему в белых носках и в кабину, и выходишь в белых носках. Сука, нигде не запачкаются. Там чистота просто, ёб твою мать, операцию на мотке можно проводить. Адепты чистоты, я их называл.
He doesn't seem to hear you, looking south toward the traffic jam instead. The machines are silent. The engines are all turned off.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no?
Ёб твою мать, а что, больше нету розеток в доме? Ты, блядь, иди сюда, обоснуй. Блядь.
You're right. Let's keep a low profile. A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who reported the hanging.
Так вот, блядь, сука, вопрос. Какого хуя, блядь? Какого хуя на дворе 8-е, блядь, число? Его все считают убитым, блядь, 7 дней назад. Дата смерти 4-я, блядь. Все, пиздец. Что за ебаный шашлык?
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashon. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. They shuffled around, especially under the tree.
Ёбаный рот, а где ты так вымазался? Так, секундочку, бля. И во что? Вот, значит, кто, блядь, чернила размазал по тетрадке. Я, блядь, все руки обсмотрел, нигде не вымазался, думаю, блядь. Как чернила размазались. Что ты на треню?
Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed, they all stood in a row here and looked at the tree. Yes, everything fits so well. Carried him over, hoisted him up, watched him hang. This is easy. The lieutenant's eyes narrow. He's thinking to himself. In doubt, perhaps. It would be unprofessional of him to be sure of himself at such an early stage of the investigation.
Either way. What else?
You see a set of tire tracks in the brown slush that covers the plaza mosaic. The tire tracks were left here by an unknown event that took place some days ago. It's a message, written in the language of burnt rubber.
И вот, значит, что за хуй утекал. Он тут.
Some of that rubber stuck to the tiles right in front of the whirling in rags. This is point A. The driver started there and then accelerated straight into the fence. The driver proceeded to back out of the yard, barely stopping before hitting the adjacent building. Before heading south. Must have been in a hurry.
Ну и вот эти пошли, блядь, следы.
That's plausible. A similar reckless abandon seems to be in evidence. I'm not sure. There are plenty of traffic accidents waiting to happen in Martinez. With the jam right here on the roundabout, I would keep them separate.
You could follow the track south. There seems to be a canal there. See where they went, if you find the time.
You are correct. This is a rather motor carriage-friendly city.
Somehow that makes you feel scared. You don't know what.
Если.
Ну, мне вроде рассказывали, еще думал, это будет, знаешь, как визуальная новелла, знаешь, типа.
Так это, блядь, и есть визуальная новелла. Здесь геймплей полная хуйня. Замени всю эту ебаную ходьбу на картинки статичные, блядь. Ничего не поменяется, нахуй. Я, блядь, сижу по 40 минут диалоги читаю. Это все пиздеж. Этот, блядь. А стиль, потому что один из разработчиков художник, который, блядь, рисовал эти графические новеллы, блядь. Они придумали, типа, какой-то свой мир, который якобы должен быть интересным. На деле какая-то хуйня, конечно. Вот, ну... Как-то так.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of tech viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore. He takes a step toward the door. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's...
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after 9 p.m.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate, uncontested way of life for our species. Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors and facades to suit the times, calling this the new style. But more importantly, disco happened. For Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing. Guillaume Lamillion, out of the dazzling swirl of disco music in an open-air boîte de nuit somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression. Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you. Maybe it did. Either way, it's all gone now. Only the grimace remains. The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume Lamillion's region. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix, because, unlike Guillaume Lamillion, you are a police officer. It's your There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. 2 decades, if the calendar is to be trusted. Humanity has run aground in that time. You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Episodic, it doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return. It's too late. like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been a plumber. The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window, a fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, more likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. The shoe you found on the balcony fits the hole almost as well as your foot. Congratulations. You smashed the window with your own shoe. And maybe, just maybe, you succeeded. Maybe you were trying to smash your own reflection in the window.
Can I help you? Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for. How strange. I certainly didn't put them there. The trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down there. Thank you anyway.
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my stuff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene. Yes? Yes, have you got it? A lot. A lot. For the room, drinks, and broken window, 130 rare. You must be joking, right? You come here, trash everything, and now you try to pay with a novelty check? This isn't a game show. I'm not going to accept it. You owe me cold, hard money. I want to see that money in the palm of my hand. Every single cent.
You can cash it in at the local fleet near the harbor gates, though it might not be enough to cover it.
Like what? I was really enjoying talking about the money you... What thing? Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders
3
and
зрителя.
always pay on time.
Если там кто-то есть, я тебя приветствую. Стрим будет не самый интересный.
He hates the Union, but grudgingly recognizes its power over him. So he's directing his frustration at you instead. Retaliate.
I don't. I'm simply providing a service, or already facilitating the offering of services to paying customers, and it doesn't matter. I don't have to explain myself to you.
We should find out who this loud faction is occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
Good question.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere, or laying low after the, lynching.
Блять, ну с временными рамками, конечно, полная хуйня в этой игре, конечно, блять. Полная, откровенная хуйня с временными рамками.
Whatever he may feel about you, he can't miss the opportunity to throw you a look of what he assumes is shared understanding. Go with it.
Yeah, the Union guys think they're untouchable. They probably fucking killed that guy or something, and now think they can hide out till it all blows over, and it's fair weather again in Martinez.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Another thing. Great. Yes?
Так, блять, у меня, короче, с чем-то можно взаимодействовать, судя по всему, это мои какие-то записи, но я не буду этим заниматься. Потому что у меня есть пакет для бутылок, и я их буду собирать.
A thin man is smoking below an exhaust hood, occasionally sipping from his mug. This must be the Whirling's cook.
Это как задачи кидать. Знаешь, они как будто постепенно их усложняют. Мы сделаем все грамотно. Значит, по чуть-чуть, да? Там поменяй руку, потом поменяй, там уже дорисую прилавок. Сейчас мне чувак скидывает, вообще персонажа в другом ракурсе надо поменять. Бля, чувак, если я нарисовал, ну, типа в этом ракурсе, прям его не будет, да, нарисованного. Это же габелла, нахуй. Я буду, говорю, рисовать его заново, ну, типа, почти рисую заново, да, типа.
У тебя потихоньку, блядь, переводят на персонажей, заебал. Причем очень грамотно, по чуть-чуть. То есть тебя, короче, ебут в жопу, но, бля, очень так, знаешь, так по миллиметру. смотри-ка так аккуратно. Но ты смотри, как только первый рубеж будет пройден, блядь, там дальше засудят по самые гланды, на. Так что ты отбивайся, нахуй, хотя бы для приличия, блядь.
Я первый домик рисовал неделю, после 3 месяца просто цвета менял, и мне как-то в мозгу это все собралось, я уже все их пересмотрел, там по чуть-чуть дорисовывал, и после этих 3 месяцев я уже сам домик делал сразу за 3, там, блядь, за 2-3 дня. Вообще, да, то есть даже, блядь, там за 2. Потому что память, ну, примерно такая же хуйня, знаешь, она типа по чуть-чуть сложнее, а потом такой, ёб твою мать, я уже научился, нахуй, знаешь. В этом плане хорошо. Ну тут надо всегда хитрить. Я просто, если что
As you
сделаю
step
не
in,
совсем такой,
he
как есть,
nods toward the
я
table
просто
and
чуть-чуть
says
как-то
something
ракурс,
in a
может, переделать,
completely
что переделать
foreign
это хуйня,
language.
а вот сделать
The
плавно,
only
я
words you can make out are Garancy and Kubek. Okay, it's definitely not his name. Whatever you do, please don't call him Garancy Kubek. Please, it's not funny. The man puts his cup down and replies something, his left hand drawing arcs in the air. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each of his pots. It's almost like music, especially with the sounds of assorted dishes boiling and simmering on the stove.
Стоять. Бабуленьки, бабуленьки,
You
бабуленьки.
see a heavy steel door with a prominent dimple. You immediately feel drawn to the color. Blue is for mystery. The cobalt blue surface feels rough to touch. The stainless steel
Замок,
door
блядь, не
is
забудь у меня
flush
же
with
снять
its
его
frame
отсюда.
on
А, ты
every
снял?
side.
Красавец.
It leads to a side building, adjacent to this one. The old building next to this, half ruined. Whatever is behind it must be older.
Блядь, и правда 3 человека слышат, это кто? Ну да, почти.
The door does not budge.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? It is quite pretty. I suppose we could look into it as a side investigation. Garth is the person to ask about this, the cafeteria manager.
Нормальный ход педалей. Так, ходи сюда и попиздеть надо.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love... Oh, yes, that door. Sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frick warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that. Yes?
Так, а тебя вообще можно спать,
Yes.
блять, отправить? Или ты будешь со мной шароебиться, как и я, без сна и отдыха, пока не упаду на.
The tear machine stands in the. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears
Пиздец, я
with a
19
satisfying
бутылок
jingle.
насобирал, блядь, и
You're a
заработал
richer
всего
man
один,
now.
блядь, этот ебаный. О, кошмар. Да, хуйня, конечно, доля, откровенно.
You see several packaged raincoats filled.
Надо где-то нарыть бабла. А, стоять, мы же можем обналичить чек этих дебилов. Но там всего 25 реалов, это, конечно.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything. Wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir. Anything else I can do for you?
No, you don't work for the union. The union works for you by supplying you with cash.
Риторика заебей. Хоть где-то пригодилась, блядь.
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She looks up from under her.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Это поколение, блядь, миллениалов, нахуй, долбоебов. Слэш. Так, что тут мы еще видели? Где-то тут было дохуя бутылок, надо их найти. Опа, я вижу монетки. Бабуля все еще в жестком отрубе, до 10 вечера не оклемалась.
Has her.
Будем, ну, значит, заебывать пока что. Уверен, можно справиться и без нее. Ага, тут там побежали. А как мы сюда, блядь, попадали? А, это типа была альтернативная возможность. Ну, допустим. Ну, блядь, не заработаем, так хоть за собой приберем. Потому что, блядь, это наши бутылки, как мы выяснили в предыдущей серии. Отойди ты, ёб твою мать, ну камера же не крутится нахуй. И ты где-то встал, значит, я за тобой нихуя не вижу. Вот это, кстати, блядь, еще одна причина, по которой я считаю, что игра нихуя не игра, а визуальная новелла, блядь. Потому что, сука, камера не крутится, нахуй. То есть модельки 3D, а карта залупа. И то есть ты, блядь, со всех сторон не можешь, нахуй, провернуть, посмотреть.
This is the night watchman's booth.
Опять, блядь, с чем-то можно взаимодействовать, но я не хочу. Так, ёбаный шашлык. Так, где остальные части брони? А, Куна можно спросить. Найти информацию о серийном номере, выбитом на броне жертвы. Угу. О, ёбаный. И-ка сюда попидим.
Yes? What do you want to know? I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
His disdain is clear. This man would...
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. What's there to say? It's just stupidity. The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here, and now it's come to its natural conclusion. Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
Угу. То есть я со своими 216 раскрытыми делами типа вообще ебать суперзвезда, нахуй, а не коп. Получается, в прошлой жизни.
So, he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary. He opens one hand and looks.
Which school do you subscribe to? Mambo or Jambo? It's always good to have a police officer who can see and feel. Was there anything else you wanted to ask about the competition? If not, we should move. Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist. Yes, I'm an unrepentant spoilsport.
Блядь, ну за это уважаю, на. Вот за вот это вот, блядь, уважаю.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
Выполнено секретное задание. Сука, их здесь столько, что это пиздец.
He's actually glad it's addressed now. Look at you. It's because you're a failure. They sent you to Slight, Precinct 57. Just think about it for a second. You're a raging alcoholic who showed up 3 days late wearing piss-stained disco garb. You weren't sent here to win.
I've considered it. It would be immensely ugly of them, not to mention unprofessional, but I also think it's somewhat unlikely. I checked the records. This jurisdiction dispute, who polices Martinez, reaches back to the 30s. It's as old as my station. And all this time we can't decide who gets Martinez? I think, yes, both stations would prefer a win. I am the finest of nothing. Safe? No. But you're old. You've made it this far. Something has brought you through. We've only just started working together, so I don't know what it is yet. So no, I don't think they sent you as a joke. And even if they did, they are in for a surprise.
Интересно.
What do you want to know? Ah, yes. The case brief you missed. Now I remember. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. The cadaver had been there for 4 days. No one had come to investigate. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines. I was told we should approach the death as part of this dispute. A security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out the truth. They didn't identify themselves in any way. The tone was muffled using a device of some sort. The desk could identify neither the caller's age nor sex. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that. Just to be clear, we are police officers. It's our job to find the killer. That's the case. Uncover and arrest the killer. No, it's not a particularly mysterious case.
Это ты зря, блядь, тут хуй не намешано, дай бог. Тут, блядь, политических интриг я и воли бабуна. Не-не-не, тут ты не прав. И казнь это показательная, возможно, сделана только с целью. Да, чувака могли вздернуть просто так, чтобы привлечь полицию и разобраться наконец с этой ебучей забастовкой, потому что что-то мне подсказывает, блядь, что мы с ней разберемся. Так или иначе. Что, пистолет осталось, блядь, найти? Вот вообще бомбана.
The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that.
Тогда ты, блядь, думать не умеешь, если ты не видишь, где тут может появиться налет тайны, когда 4 месяца, блядь, идет забастовка, а заебашили охранника компании, которая против ты, блядь, забастовки. Что, ебанутый, блядь? Алло, блядь, мужчина, разуй глаза, пропречки. Это пиздеж. Хуйня. О!
Then you're in luck, because we are in the midst of a major strike by the dock workers union. Maybe more than that. The union clearly wants a piece, not just of the
Нихуя,
industrial
не
hub,
полную хуйню
but the
хотят
Wild Pines
делать с
Corporation itself.
корпорацией, поэтому мы будем стоять за корпорацию, поебать.
Is this a strike then? Or the first shots in a workers' coup?
I expect the case itself to be less challenging than navigating these community matters. This district isn't used to the RCM's presence, and the union rarely overplays its hand, as it appears to have done in this case. Strike, coup, revolution, it's brigandage, however you parse it.
You feel something rising through you, a familiar feeling, an opinion taking form.
Ну, фарш, конечно, не надо, блядь. Кто-то работать же должен в итоге, но...
When I said we have to navigate community matters, I did not mean we have any say in them. I meant we should be careful. If we are not, the shit will blow right in our faces.
Это 100%.
From an imaginary fan.
Заебись.
Now, was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? You mean like a brief? Do you want me? There's no reason to wing anything. If you didn't get the brief, that's okay. 3 days ago, the RCM emergencies desk received a report about a security guard. During
Так,
that
ясно,
time,
понятно.
the
это
victim
мне
had been
это самое.
okay then. Was there anything good?
Так, все, с тобой лично попиздим
What's
потом.
this?
Опа!
We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez. The air suddenly feels calmer, more transparent in a strangely tender way.
Да похмелье уже, блядь, 50
Perhaps
раз
it's the
закончилось.
head of-
Ебать, 9 вечера, пол
Perhaps
10 я в
it's the
8
temporary
встал.
surge of serotonin. It's time to become a citizen of the kingdom of conscience. I knew we could trust you. Remember, real democracy is just around the corner for Ramshaw. When that real democracy kicks in, we are all going to be so much happier.
Так, временный бонус за исследование -2 сумрак. Я, блядь, один не понимаю, нахуя, скажем так, нужны мысли, которые мне делают минус к этим, блядь, к параметрам, а не плюс. Хуй, я в РПГ привык раскачиваться просто в вундервафлю и потом уже заниматься всей остальной хуйней. А тут, блядь, во время раскачки у тебя еще и забирают. Пиздец, половину навыков. Так а нахуй не надо тогда. Нахуй надо. Так. Так, понятно. Так, татуировки жертвы. Надо кого-то поспрашивать. Отправьте тело жертвы на экспертизу. Поместите тело жертвы в холодильник. Короче, тут, блять, работы и ебаный стыд. Нам надо реально поторопиться, время-то тикает. Хотя бы бегать умеем уже, как бы хорошо. С водителями надо попиздеть за наркотики, ну. Блять, работай, пизда, нахуй. Спать не будем никогда. И ничего, что дождь идет и пизда всем книжкам. Ну. Блять, закрыто что ли? Мне, блять, монтировку нахуй доставать? Заебали.
Whoa, what have we here? A bridge with loose nails and rot-infested wood that creaks in the wind. A construction code violation if there ever was one.
True. They never cleaned up the war damage. The rest of Harasha looks better, though. The bridge is fine enough. Locals use it all the time, after all. It's nothing to worry about.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. You have no clue. It's so many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
So much for a quiet smoke.
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for...
Not looking for any trouble, officer. There's no trouble. I'm just speaking in a lowered voice. I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
Like a nervous cat, he keeps stealing looks at the neighboring windows.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run. I can tell that you finally got him down. Thank you. It was quite a disturbing sight, even by Martinez standards.
What were you doing last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Wait, is someone else investigating the lynching?
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question. What?
I had a friend over. It was my Sunday friend.
Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer.
Судя по его внешнему виду, я, конечно, могу быть крайне предвзят, но, по-моему, они регби не смотрели, а занимались, если вы понимаете.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette. Under the dull and darkening sky, the neighboring windows stand silent.
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Хитро.
That's definitely not his real name.
No, of course not. Could you please lower your voice?
Ask him again.
And I really need to finish this cigarette.
But he hasn't left yet.
No. We won't. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Time to bring out your
Блять,
secret
72% и
child.
проебал
Tears
на.
and beg him. Show him your emotional side. Throw yourself before his very feet like a dog.
No, for God's sake, I don't want you to cry. Listen, I really have to go. Good luck with the investigation.
Блять, я... Да на походку, блять, посмотрите. Ну что, бля, ну ёбаный, блять, ну я про регби прав был, пиздецно. Даже, бля, к бабке не ходи. И рубашка вон какая она. Ну, все тут понятно, блять. Совсем.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often have multiple exits. If he doesn't want to talk to us, then he'll know how to hide himself. He could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case. There has to be a way of getting inside the building. Once we found a way in, we can ask around for his apartment. There must be another way into the building.
Каких хуев? Это сейчас было так громко, блять, я чуть не насрал. Я человек простой, но монтировка не помогла, ладно.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. This could be a way into the apartment building the smoking man vanished into. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear.
Stop banging on the door. I'm not letting any more strangers inside. Ha! The police. Everyone knows the police don't come round here. No, I already told you. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door. With the smoker. You already were there. Didn't work.
Good. We had enough problems with bums and drunks and thieves loitering in the hallway. You have no business here.
Блять, +1 к авторитету, потому что здесь Ким. С каких хуев вообще, блять? К тому же нету пока строчки диалога сказать ему пиздуй борозду и куда-нибудь. Я дальше один похожу.
You're well versed in the kind of threatening legalese that implies criminal liability, but in fact has no meaning whatsoever.
I know my rights, and don't you mom me, boy.
Miss, would it help if we offer to show you our badges?
Ah, it's like a carrot to the stick, sort of.
Hold your horses. I don't care about your stinking badge. Just come in.
Та-дам, блять, мы попали в здание. На кой хуй, конечно, непонятно. А с тобой можно попиздеть прямо от Седова?
The streets will flow red once more. A great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
The streets will not flow red with anything.
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. Had a battery of tests just last week. I'm practically a patchwork of interesting critters. Kinda like a man-o'-war.
The lieutenant is desperately searching for another handkerchief. Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features. The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an archipelago 2 days' travel away from Rivershot. Its moneyed residents, used to posh restaurants and upscale boutiques, rarely have reason to visit Martinez.
On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. It's where they grow whores like her and their whoremen. Have you got a crush on her? Aching for an opportunity to defend her honour? Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffiti-o? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginatives. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cards. And my name's not Mona, so...
She wants it to be something true and total.
Yeah?
Да, блядь! С каких таких хуёв? Ну, блядь, ну хотя бы одна из этих ебучих 24 характеристик, блядь, должна была, блядь, сработать и выдать какую-нибудь интересную фразу. Нахуй вы вообще, блядь, вводите в диалог, блядь, реплику, которая не приводит к логическому развитию ситуации. То есть я говорю, хочешь, я с тобой поделюсь идеей? Естественно, она у меня уже есть, нахуй. Я не буду, блядь, говорить, я, блядь, с тобой поделюсь идеей, которой у меня нахуй нет. И все остальные реплики выводят меня только, блядь, выйти из этого диалога. Что за пиздец? Кто, блядь, сказал, что это охуеть продуманная игра? Это охуеть продуманная хуйня. Я не знаю, как складывались прохождения у других людей, но здесь косяк на косяке, нахуй. Просто, блядь, блядь, пиздеж. Просто пиздеж. Просто пиздеж. Просто пиздеж, блядь, хотя бы одну, хотя бы какую-нибудь конченую, хотя бы, блядь, с максимальной проверкой, блядь, чтоб там 3% нахуй на успех. Или похуй на провал. Хоть что-нибудь. Ни одной, сука, мысли. Ни одной, блядь. Вот как они мне нахуй не нужны, там пиздец, пол башки пиздит нахуй, там их, блядь, и внутренняя империя, блядь, что-то пизданет, блядь, и риторика что-то в курсе, блядь, и самообладание, блядь, и эмпатия, нахуй. Как, блядь, надо, нахуй, пиздец, ничего нету. Хуета. Моя оценка все еще остается на, как игра, это 4 из 10. Пиздеж, конечно, просто пиздеж. Блять, какая редкостная говнина. Нахуй. Так, ладно.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me.
She means the opposite. You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal...
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant. Watch your back, ungulate.
Иди ты в пизду, с тебя, блядь, толку нахуй, как с козла молока, блядь, что стояла, пиздела, великая, блядь, революционерка.
You should take care of that then. Let's talk to him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the streets.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
Нихуя, поночуем на улице, ебала курицу ворону, блядь, пропил все гроши, блядь, ходи пешком. О, старушечка.
Give me a moment.
Ну, блядь, здесь назревает, блядь, это, как это, трудовая, рабочая революция, блядь, и все такое прочее. А вы мне, блядь, одно убийство. Ты идешь провокация, и вот то, что это провокация, это 100%.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis. Go ahead then. What do you...
She's the cleaning lady. She knows the floor plan and the residence.
Yes, yes. I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always...
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
What's he in trouble for? Talk?
What was so funny about that?
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Ask away, policeman. The artiste? Nothing I could do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
She mumbles some kind of a response, then hacks something into... Ruination has come. The broken arches betray the once grand history of this building. It towered over the harbour until it happened. A great force from the northeast fired into the city. Heavy artillery shelled the coastline. Fired from the water. A straight shot into Revachol. The tenement acted as a defensive wall against the worst of the shelling until it was destroyed, and they had a direct firing line. The waves of the Martinez Inlet rolled over the fallen remains of the building. The dark waters obscured the better part of the remains. What didn't fall into the ocean was used as scrap. What wasn't used as scrap was thrown into the ocean. Those arches acted as support for something greater than what you see now. Only 3 stories stand where 9 to 12 once did. Restoration has failed. What the shelling took out was never rebuilt. A fleet, the combined armies of Occident and Grad, with Mesk volunteers, a 5-nation army, hundreds of vessels. They massed airships further down in the Bay of Revachol. The artillery was so powerful. The ships not only required gyroscopic stabilization, they were anchored into the ocean floor as well. Many are still there to this day. If you squint, you can just barely see the shadow on the water, far in the northeast. Cannon still ready to placate Revachol.
The coalition. But that was a long time ago. I think we should move on. It's chilly up here.
He does not like talking politics of this kind.
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are. Yeah, I can see that. Cool mutations.
Блять, может сейчас она будет не такая борзая, блять, если учесть тот факт, что можно ее скинуть нахуй с этого балкона, блять. Убить, конечно, не убьем, ну так, чуть-чуть калечим. Вроде бы даже не мы. Заебись.
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
You ain't seen nothing yet, Piggy Boo.
Блять, да их тут, блять, всех надо пиздить наотмашно. Вот как в том фильме, он говорит, дай ему пощечину, он такой, ляп, он говорит, не так нахуй, тыльной стороной ладони, вот так вот. Сука, вот добавьте сюда эту функцию, я, блядь, дам этой игре 10. Просто каждого, кто мне не нравится, как со мной пиздит, просто оплюху, ему такой, на нахуй, просто так, похуй, даже если там критический промах, блядь, и там мне в ответку прилетает, поебать, я просто ради одного того момента, нахуй, чтобы просто кому-нибудь так вот тыльной стороной ладони, как ёбнуть по ебальнику, в моменты, когда он сильно зарывается. Сука, вот тогда будет, блядь, 12 из 10 игра, нахуй. Так, ну опять какие-то, блядь, пополнения запасов на игры. Что у нас здесь? О, ебаться, пассатижи, куда это вы попали? Тут тоже кто-то живет. О, троху денежков наскребли. А джинсы, конечно, повеселее будут, может быть. Но у нас тут эквилибристика -1, а электрохимия +1. А эти и эти электрохимия +1, но скорость реакции делают. Ёбаный рот. Не, я лучше своих погоняю. Буду еще шапку одеть бомжатскую. Риторика -1. Ебануться. Драма -1. Почему? Кто снимает драму? Аккуратные офисные очки. Пойдет. Темно, но похуй. Остальное у нас... А, вот. Так, что это у нас? Кто снимает? Штаны клеш. Туфли из зеленой чешуйчатой кожи. А, блядь, так вот какого хуя этот самый. Блядь, надо купить ботинки новые. И штаны тоже к ебени матери продать. Потому что эквилибристика, мы с вами читали описание, блядь, самая полезная, походу, хуйня. И как бы на стрёме мозг бомжа. Сука, у них у всех такое описание. Работать. Прощайте, вредители. Галогеновые водяные знаки. Следы от никотина на пальцах. Ага. Электрохимия +1. Без этих, без вредности. Блять. А эти что? А эти сумрак дают. А, ну похуй. Так, точно, капитан. Офицерская выправка. Это мы видели. Одежда как способ заявить о себе. Сомнительное амбре, блять. Ретроспективность. Отличный вид сзади. Ну да, блять. Заебись. Жалко, их продавать нельзя, нахуй. Ну что, шматья накопилась какая-то хуева гора, и все, она нахуй не нужна. И надо бы подписать. Сейчас сделаем перерыв. Звонит дали. Если кто-то пробился, значит, туда можно войти. Правильно? Правильно. О, нормальный ход дали.
What happened here? It will still be accessible through the apartment next to it. That one didn't have a door. Sadly, nothing of indeed.
Блять, просто за холодильник попиздел, на тебе уровень, пожалуйста, возьми свет. Так, чего нам обычно не хватает? Нам обычно не хватает вообще всего, блять. Сука, а есть какие-нибудь читы, чтобы замаксить все эти хуёвины? И просто на похуй ходить играть? Слушай, это хорошая идея. Это хорошая идея, блять. Так, я думаю, если мы повысим эквилибристику, блядь, хотя бы на 1, у нас хотя бы бонусы этот минус, этот дебаф снимется, но потом мы, блядь, переоденемся, наверное, в этой жизни когда-нибудь, блядь, и возможно будет вообще неплохо. Что хули делать? Будем воровать, нахуй, и грабить. Хуйню, блядь. Зарплаты нету, нахуй.
You hear someone walking around inside. Rearrange. The walking stops abruptly. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to be.
It's generally easier to do things if you have literally any reason.
Вот с логикой я согласен. Я мыслю примерно так же. Доебаться можно всегда. Иногда нужно. Раз дверь не перекрасилась в серый, значит ее можно доебывать до победы.
This door has been closed with a padlock. The chalk-drawn number on the board. It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. But better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise. This door has been closed with a padlock. The shackle snaps like a twig, and the...
After you, detective.
Вот тебе, блядь, и весь ордер, нахуй.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. Krasmazov, nom de guerre, was an economist and a theoretical historian. He was a leading figure in the Grad side of the turn-of-the-century revolution, where he headed the 9-day government. Mazov is considered the father of scientific communism, Mazovian thought, or Mazovianism.
He was definitely controversial. The tenant here seems to like him. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems. The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting.
That isn't just a 5-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mazov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure. To symbolize the toppling of the old, also some social democrats were already using it. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and that because white is the color of peace. You see noble aims, but also mountains upon mountains of corpses. They should have taken a more measured approach. Also, the price of idealism, unrestrained by humanism. never again.
Приоритет -1. Да, хуй с ним. Я им сильно не пользуюсь. Ни так, ни сяк. Так, сейчас будет небольшой технический перерыв. Оставлю вас одних на фоне вот этой картины. I'll be back, пацаны. Продолжаем. Чем мы занимались, блядь, еще бы помнить, конечно. По крайней мере, мы очищу блатные нашли, которые логику добавляют. Заебумба нам подходит. Во-во-во, подбери там все какие-нибудь кроссы, блядь, полмодня видно. Вот это, блядь, поворот. Зритель не удержался, ушел. Опа, нихуя. Вернулись зрители. Хотя они, может, и не уходили.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Sump number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home. Knock on the door.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. Apartment number 28.
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Don't worry. You'll get him. Remember, tomorrow, he's probably gone.
Что это за хуйня? О, блядь, ебаться в пассатиже 8 часов играю, только сейчас узнал. Нихуя себе.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah, why? It's all...
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by? We have business to attend to.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffiti.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer. And have you found anyone to be sweet to?
What was with that fucking wink?
I see you are still grieving. Well, I won't pry. You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad.
She won't judge you, no matter what you say.
Oh my. You know where we are, right? That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. The new disco dancing. It seems like a lifetime ago. Much has changed, but it is still the most beautiful city in the world. A rare jewel set in the sand between the pines. Everyone says so, even foreigners. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there, but now she relaxes her shoulders.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government?
Nope. Sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own, and what democracy we have is market-driven.
Meaning, buying is voting.
Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops in Revachol, not in the traditional sense. The status of law enforcement has been a complicated matter since the revolution. But we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break. Besides, I'm not the best person to explain the big things to anyone.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. This was 42 years ago. It has something to do with everything. I really don't know.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things? And how can I help you?
You were doing quite well up until the end, dear. It does look like you're having trouble remembering things. History and places. Remembering reality in a word. It's very odd.
A sigh. The lieutenant.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes is what the world needs. And while I'm no doctor, such bouts of amnesia are often temporary, so I wouldn't worry too much. Someone more educated in sweeping matters. Maybe you should ask.
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Though I don't know where you would find a wealthy person in Martinez. Of course, dear.
А чё это я, блядь, вдруг не могу зайти в свой номер? Потому что, ага, я же не заплатил, и ключ у меня, видимо, отобрали, да? Понятно. Ну, денег у меня один хуй нет, мы можем так ходить, блядь, до пенсии.
Can I help you?
Yes? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. That's a fair point. All right, for the good of the investigation, what do you want to know? What do you mean? I have no idea what you're...
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary. The lieutenant is a police officer of the old school. His concerns are material and extrinsic. But this isn't an old school case.
So what? That makes you the new school? Gods, for real detective work, nothing beats a good notebook by your side.
The lieutenant produces his small blue note. That's where his conversations with himself take. We all have our different mediums. His is written.
No.
The lieutenant nods.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this, but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
I guess you don't need glasses, then. Good. Let's change it.
The worker, isn't it? Perhaps he's on his way to where he just came from, into the primordial darkness. You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. This The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname. The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions. They look pretty ancient.
Where? There? Those are old. Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired during the revolution and do not warrant an investigation by officers of civil law. Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Yes?
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here? The pawn shop is always open.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm. Hey, it's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it. By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in sur-le-clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar, and not only to your fingers.
Greetings on this fine night. What brings you here?
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Prolidon. It's tough to come by on the street. A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
I try to keep the shop at a comfortable temperature.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Those triangle patches on his vest, you have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
I've had to take it, you know, since the People's Pile cleanup. I was with the Emergency Relief Brigade.
He's taking for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
A bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too. We were an all-volunteer force, self-organized, tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill. I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud, years getting sick. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early deaths, cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could. No one's, everyone's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen? The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
This is a pawn shop, and it did feel as if you've met before. Oh, the lieutenant shifts from one foot to another. Alert.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she...
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
You weren't quiet. Yourself, you were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it. 15 real.
The lieutenant looks from you to Roy, and then back to you. It's clear that he hopes this tableau might still turn out to be a bad dream. This has got to be the most. Wow, there's pity there too, in case you didn't notice. The light swirls in his face and glasses. He doesn't know what to say.
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it right now. You just have to hope Everett wasn't lying and the Union can track her down in time.
Maybe. Shady-looking guys came in here yesterday, looking like they'd just taken off their Wild Pines overalls. They asked if I have a police weapon to sell. I told them I already sold it. They went their way. It was a trip, but you know. Also,
Maybe Claire really is tracking down your gun.
People as oleaginous as Everett seem like they're lying even when they're really being truthful.
Of course. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
The 15th Indo tribe. Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding scents under rocks, and stealing clothes off clotheslines, and sometimes even the copper wiring of phone lines. You may have been one of them. This must be a childhood memory. The 15th Indo tribe was your Indo tribe, set to rule in Cylinder. The rest of the kids are dead now. Car accidents and drug overdoses. Only you remain.
Блять, чё она раньше не вкачалась? И за каждую проверенную зеленую сферу мне, блядь, по 10 сантимов. Нихуя себе, блядь. Нихуя себе. Так, значит, волыну я продал. Где, блядь, удостоверение, ёбаный шашлык? Что засунул?
The crumpled salmon butter billboard still soaks in the canal, marked by tire tracks. The lieutenant looks on. Wait. A rusting control panel with loose wires. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. You pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning? The woman still.
If you want her attention, you may need to be more forceful.
Where am I? Who are you?
The smile on her face has disappeared, replaced by the weary aspect of her cornered beast.
Never mind. I remember now. I'm still stuck in that traffic jam in the 50s. Back in Mecca, during the time of the revolution, the sidewalks and cafes are filled with young people. I was on my way to see a new Boyadero picture starring Gabriel Buendero. Until you came along, that is. This is Gabriel Buendero.
A strikingly handsome man looks straight at you, his head crowned with a wide brim. This man's got a hold over her, even 50 years later. You can feel it.
He was the biggest star of his day. Girls used to faint in the aisles of cinema whenever he came on the screen. And schoolboys used to memorize all of his lines.
In all likelihood, it's a world that's only ever existed in her mind.
Someone was. They are someone's memories, boy. What difference does it? They're beautiful. That is all that matters. Beautiful and true. And they will win. They're coming.
She seems to derive some bitter pleasure from this strange thought, as if the past would one day wipe the present away, like a tidal wave approaching.
Why not, Harife? It's not like I have anything better to do in this hellhole.
There's something off about this woman. Tell her to show you the soles of her boots. Maybe she was at the hanging somehow.
Diamonds? Of course not. But wouldn't it be marvelous if I was? Whatever stupid things they put in the lorry, I imagine. I quit concerning myself with that a long time ago. Besides, I don't drive the lorry for the cargo, if you know what I mean.
Это само собой, блять, ну накладные, это ёбаный рот, ты ж читаешь, нахуй. ЦНРки там, вся хуйня, надо ж смотреть, блять. То проёбов с ЦНРками у меня тоже хватало.
She says that as if something narcotic is the real reason.
Then it's contraband, Lowman. What? Do you want to take an old woman in? Be my guest. Lock me away like Bad Hand Hermenegildo.
Bad Hand, Hermenegildos' bad hand, strangled 300 people. What can I say? Some people just really like strangling people.
Of course not. To truly understand the boyadero, you need to listen to on the Western Plain.
The boyadero, boya for short, is a cowherder from upstream Magritte, the great steppes of northern Mesk. He is a rugged individualist and explorer.
It's an old ballad about a young girl who falls in love with a daring boyadero. He promises to marry her as soon as he returns from... Of course not. The boyadero returns from the Western Plain a changed man. One night, as he and his beloved are out walking along the river Magritte, she pleads with him to give up his riding and settle down.
In the background, you can hear the orchestra swell as the screen fills with the maiden's imploring eyes.
So the boyadero strangles his beloved and throws her body in the Magritte. Then he rides off, because the Western Plain is calling to him. You have to understand, a true boyadero needs a whole horizon to himself. He can't be tied down by man or woman. His beloved was selfish. She didn't know what it meant to love a boyadero.
Ну, так себе история.
She's just a distracted old woman. We should maybe let...
So he doesn't think she's a smuggler.
You hear that, Roman? I don't think your partner likes you spending too much time with me. Oh, don't worry about me. I'm one of the best caminers around. I drive route the Monosov's land, Udashnaya Zemlya, the Western Plain, the Transcatolia Magistral, U4-1A, Adestradas do Mirador, all the good ones, the deep trenches, where the bluebirds fly. Irmao, I already am dust. Now what do you want with an old woman's boots, Sheriff? Please? I think you should let me get back to Gabriel Buenguerro. You are not Gabriel. Gabriel doesn't say please.
She's wearing sturdy worker's boots made of black leather. Buckles run across.
Just before Gabriel, it was the coronation of Franco Negro. Now, there was a real man.
Moreover, the boots were size 37, tiny. There are too many discrepancies in all this. Another discrepancy, although not boot-related, is the coronation of His Innocence, Franco Negro, which happened 500 years ago.
It was. And then it was no more. And I was no longer holding my father's hand. He was no longer descending the stairs in Ryle. The crowd had gone silent. Perhaps it was another Herife who came and woke me up, looking at my boots, asking...
As she says Carnival, she gestures to the empty square with the statue.
I could have told you that from just looking at them. The size is 37.
The feet of a little girl, they fit well on the pedals. What do I need drugs for, Lowman? What I see, what I feel, the great adversary, no drugs can compare. Yes, there is a protagonista and an adversario. I am on the side of the adversary. There's no coming back from that hole.
Those epithets are familiar somehow. The great adversary, the great unrest.
If you don't know,
Maybe if she thought you're corrupt.
who the fuck is Irrat? Ah, and what do I care about the union boss? He's no Gabriel. He's no Franco Negro. He's not even Hermenegildo the Hunt. Maybe. Probably not. Makes no difference to me either way. Just this month, I made half a dozen trips from Saramiriza to Grat. And the U41A. What do you think they take from Saramiriza? No, Loman, diamonds. Easy. It's the skinny man who thinks he's a poet. Never trust a poet. Also, he's the only one I can see from here.
That's correct. There is no visibility of any of the others.
Diamonds are good for you, Loman. You should try them sometime. Make yourself pretty, like, where do you want me to go? This isn't so bad. I can listen to music, or the seagulls. Look at all the colors, or I can just relax and let my mind carry me back very well to the
I think we're done here, no?
Yes, go. Enough jamboree. I need to get back to Mesky.
Понятно, блядь, бабуля куда-то отъезжает.
A crinkled chewing gum wrapper. The worn label reads, Tutti Frutti. It smells faintly of apricots. You feel compelled to point out that there's nothing fruity about cinnamon. It's a spice derived from tree bark. Can a used wrapper shrug? Seems like that's what the wrapper is doing somehow. This is not about flowers or bark. What is this about? Why? Good question. There is no answer or secret phrase written on the inside of the wrapper. Yet you're drawn by regret. Stop before you hurt yourself with the Tutti Frutti wrapper. You carefully fold the wrapper into a square before putting it back into your... A lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This... The file cabinet stands steady. The drawer slides shut. The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you pick up the handset. The already familiar cold touch of plastic. It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vaguely occult patterns in the air. Undoubtedly, no. Sure, why not? Muscle memory is a tricky thing. This is the night. A rusting marsh. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. And, with a surprisingly quiet, the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, moving this container, of course. For this,
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I...
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Is this like your thing with that wall again? You do? Because I don't. There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a cargo container. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
You attempt to turn the handle. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. No reply.
Пиздец. Это у меня это с прокачанной риторикой, блядь, невозможно нахуй. Минуточку. А, блядь, она минус риторики дает, а не плюс. Кто дает плюс риторики, блядь?
You're back before the cargo container. Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
Because what wasn't an option? Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
А, так он мне 10 копеек дает, а не 10 реал. А, ну да похуй вообще.
Container, container.
The lyrics to this container song, the accent is so thick.
Container, container. Evrard, Evrard, Evrard. He looks after everyone. Huh?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no...
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat.
Кстати, я быстро ответил на эту реплику, блядь, но там был один нюанс, нахуй, что я, типа, блядь, что ты имеешь против антистачников, нахуй, и, типа, нет, я с ними, блядь. А где вариант? Я полицейский, блядь, я здесь закон, блядь, я феминист, нахуй, или еще какая-нибудь прочая залупа, почему только два варианта, блядь. Вот это ебать, вот это, о, какая сильная разветвленная система, блядь, взаимодействия с миром, охуеть. Охуеть какая хуйня.
Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're...
Told you.
Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. That old head of mine ain't so good at keeping things in no more. I almost forgot about the borscht. Oh, yes. I've been taking special whirling borscht to the men every day since the strike started. It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm and happy. I feel like I could take on Mr. Renadam's boar dogs every time the lunch is done. Yes, yes. I'm taking it to them. The borscht keeps them happy and in fighting spirits. Makes you all warm inside. They brew it in the whirling in rags. Oh, the whirling's cook. He makes it. Them is always talking with Mr. Manana in that weird language and laughing together. He doesn't speak what we speak. He's from Grad. Oh, sure, mister. Sure. You do that. Yes, sir. Oh, yes. Born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Udis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union colors. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
Забастовка началась 4, я все помню, бля.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is, and Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation for a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's Union. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling him to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Better to go with the flow.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys always used to pick on me. You see, I had a bit of a temper back in the day. Flew off the handle like nobody's business. But Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head. Noel never started. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Everett. I'm sure you'll be good friends. He's friends with everyone around here. Oh, yes, yes. I leave all kinds of notes for myself. Of course, mister. Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio. But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes I am, yes I am.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinez, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
Bye-bye now. Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Lariche said when she opened a bathhouse in the basement of my apartment building. They could only get so far before they're aching to get back. And lots of folk really did keep coming back. No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. It's like that old sick... Yes, yes. I'm like Mr. Everett. Actually...
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like... But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here. Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything. East of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly.
He respects that word.
But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in...
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years she has.
So Everett trained a lawyer named Miss Beaufort. Interesting.
Yes, this place...
Well, thanks. Sometimes I feel...
The white rectangle on your cloak.
Так, продолжаем. Хотя и не хочется. А тем не менее уже почти 4 часа драчу эту хуйню. Ёбаный маму рот. Господи, сути, в игре-то без геймплея, блять. Ну ладно. Хуйня, конечно. Попиздюхали отсюда, здесь все спят. Труба красотулая, блядь, а как подняться вот сюда? Ух ты, блядь, я взял забастовка, на.
An old call box with an off-key melody starts playing.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Pardon? This is not... Please just stop calling here. I don't...
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead. You ring the door. What an ominous name for a hair salon. Doesn't bode well for anyone's... All you hear is static, but no one up. You ring the doorbell, but you wait for a minute or two. But all you get from the call box looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if...
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to play...
She sounds almost antique, as if her voice was being played off an old wax cylinder. A receiver must not be working properly.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanged.
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice.
Who cares that you don't remember her? No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Michelle, just please. Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care. Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
A spot of static overrides her words, which...
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally again.
She sounds like she's about to cry. She doesn't answer. Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay. Another seagull passes by.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
You press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read. No, hold on. The last thing you need in your life is more hysteric emotions. Forget it. Find something else to do. Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident. Silence. No one answers. Nothing happens after you ring the door. Silence. No one. This button looks new, but someone...
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
inconspicuous pile of the roofing material Eternite. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. There it is. You see a shabby little door.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you. There's a good vague way to ask where he stands on drug use. Professionally, I mean.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. See that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? The secret path the local kids use.
The tracks are as they have ever been. A bit more worn, perhaps. Fortunately, the street sweeper still hasn't noticed their presence. An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with at this late hour? Matter of fact, I don't. Of course. That's what I'm here for. That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question. Better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
This reality.
Yes, reality is your side case, an experimental side case.
How truly curious. A sort of philosopher detective.
Are they now?
A deep synthesis. I'll assist you however I can then. Go ahead. Ask.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour, north of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds. Well, this place used to be a province, a workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol, and the bay feeds into the ocean. Yes, we're on an island in an ocean, the world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues, the blue immensities. Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble, a smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea, misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the river Esperance. We're in the delta of this river on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her, and to humanity at large.
I would be happy to. What is a preposterously expensive education for, if not sharing? These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled. 1,000th of a second too late. For the big time. The revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next, who gets shot in the head, and who gets the mineral rights. It's a real kerfuffle. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists, they all got shot in the head.
Да что-то не все.
Oh, and the anarchists too. They shot them well. So well, one forgets they even existed. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
Yeah, it was a kerfuffle, all right.
Yes, the Insulindian deluge, they call it. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. Accounts differ. It was unceremonious. Just as well, he wasn't actually the king. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and productive life as a venture capitalist in Grad. Yes, King Guillaume had a nose for bad PR. He ran before it. What is the expression? Went down? Anyway, Gil got out alive and his nephew Frisell got shot in his place. Him and tens of thousands of his wonderfully fascist kingsmen. It was a wild time. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective, or the remaining gentry, the beneficiaries of the pre-revolutionary arrangement. Some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They were called the ultras, or ultra-liberals. They fared well. They didn't win so much as survive. We were the last ones standing when the war ended. Everyone else got shot in the head, remember?
We. She's one of them. Of course.
To foreign intervention, the coalition. Those people really took the mineral rights. The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the ground. The ocean, the laws, and the people. The coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper, Messina, Oranje, and Sur-le-Clay, the arms centre of the world. They landed here and ended the revolution. It was the moralist thing to do.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately understands the cause.
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way it is. They believe in mineral rights and not shooting people in the head. At least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. They are the long-standing provisional rulers of Revachol now, the coalition government. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
An almost endearingly moralist standpoint. It must be hard to take a moderate approach to head shooting in your line of work. The turn of the century revolution? Don't answer it. It's a trick question. The revolution began in '02 on the Isla of Grad, though by the end nearly the whole world had gotten involved. It wasn't a who, but a what. A pandemic of Zarat, a particularly virulent prion disease, which the authorities in Grad proved unable to contain. Then Mazov came along and overthrew the government. It made people overthrow their governments. Of course not. It was a highly infectious microorganism that destroyed brain tissue. The actual causes of the revolution were material. The pandemic only provided the spark. From Revachol and Grad? Not far. The world managed to cauterize itself. Mazov's government was overthrown in '08, and the coalition crushed the Revachol commune 2 years later. It was by you and I, officer. Our lives in the zone of control.
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar.
A city-state divided into free market zones under the everlasting interregnum of the Coalition of Nations. And you, of course, the citizens' militia.
Ух, ебать. Так, ну принцип мира примерно понятен, блин.
The clatter of typewriter keys fills the main hall of the reappropriated silk mill. Precinct 41. Chad Tilbrook presses enter. Outside.
The zone of control is the third incarnation of Revachol, after the failure of the suzerain and the commune. Modernity. They developed the marvels of the inter-eastlery communication, telematic milieus, radiation, coloured plastics. Meanwhile, in Revachol West, the aftermath continues for the 5th decade.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of urban war, west of the river levelled, offshore platforms in flames. Still, it's regarded as an improvement on what came before. 08 to 19 was simply hell. The 30s. Things settled down in the 30s. Revachol East transformed itself into the world's largest tax haven, with the international community's blessing. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were going somewhere. Yes, and quantitative easing. It was a market mirage, unfortunately. The 40s dispelled it. An Isla-wide hangover, you might say. So, here we are. Welcome to reality, baby.
For her to be where she is, Wild Pines Group must have picked the right side.
They picked the winning side. That's why they're here, and others are not. Perhaps it wouldn't have turned out that way had I been in charge. I might have bet on the king and led the Pines to doom. I would have sided with the cannons. If you'd seen the calibers of the things, you might have too. Perhaps 10 of the 14 Indo tribes got it wrong. Feld, Kupri, Tricentennial. So I suppose I would have been in good company. Good question. What would you have done differently? So a quarter of humanity simply lost their minds. And how would you stop a prion, a complex folding protein, unlife, with a technology 50 years ago? Good hygiene. Really. A very moderate solution to an extreme problem. It's those sort of half measures that doomed the authorities in Grad. When they failed to step up, Marzov and his party stepped in. In this particular case,
Opinions expressed here do not reflect the official position of the RCM.
And what is your official position, Lieutenant?
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution. I would have gone the same way. I was saved by being 2 years old. That's my position. Yep.
Understandable. They are what they are. Who knows? Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else?
Not so fast. Who is she in all this? Ask her who she is. She owes you an answer. She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. A devourer of nations and infants. I am an ultra. An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal from the revolution. It's not the moderate kind. Haven't you heard? I am a nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp, one of those who pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. I conceive thought I'd gone extinct. No sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore. Not in broad daylight. You're a centrist at heart, a real moralist.
In her green eyes you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride. Forgive her. But only because you like pearlescent teeth and those light green eyes.
A devil, who being of great charm and guile, sneaketh into the homes of the godly.
Beneath her waterproof raincoat and silk shirt is a body imbibed in numb 12 perfume. You are suddenly and intimately aware of it.
I hope so. I hope we are able to continue as friends despite my scaly bulk. And the insanity, bloodshed, and transfer of wealth that took place here. It was not the plan all along. When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the mess. By virtue of their survival, they were handed enormous power to shape the future. This was all our last generation managed. With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy of its artillery, I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez, and not in the Stella Maris or Delta Beachheads either. If not for my own sake, then for my daughters. We had an obligation to defend our sovereignty. We should have burned the whole Isola down rather than let them have it.
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes. An oil fire on the ocean.
Perhaps. My intellectual vanity will be my...
You're no dummy yourself. And the crown on your head as you lay in the casket.
Yes. Whatever else I am, I'm also a mother and a wife. Now, shall we return to reality?
It remains a mystery what you mean by this something close. This isn't about you. It's about reality.
A bird? A sphenicid? A flightless bird of the polar regions? Ah! This is the pier of Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33-2. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see, and new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments nouveaux. But 33A and 33B are not nouveaux. They're old. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall, a real high-rise by the standards of the last century, built to mirror the skyscrapers across the bay in the Delta. That was before the war, of course. Mostly the urban middle class, I believe. This was once primo real estate, before the cannons lopped 4 or 5 stories off.
Splat, splat.
Wonderful. The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious member of a teen infraculture. Yes, you and I belong to the supraculture. We're common, the herd. The music on the radio, the food in the chain restaurant, those are all too popular for the girl in the old lady rags. She prefers a fantasy world, an infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. It is an illusion, I'm afraid. There is no refuge from the supraculture. I can't. That's how simple it is. One may dye their hair green and wear their grandma's coat all they want. Cattle has the ability to subsume all critiques into itself. Even those who would critique capital end up reinforcing it instead. All right. What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're part of the superculture. Of course, no time for silly infracultures. There are more pressing, reality-centric questions to be asked. A strange coldness comes over you as you look at the world. The waves sway the slope.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else?
Voila, you're doing it.
Of course. How much do you need?
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you. Whoa, whoa! Did you see how easy that was? Ask her for more. Toot toot, train to Moneytown. Can you eat honor? Are you an omnivore? Give me a break.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
You're right, ma'am, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries?
Can I help you? Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also...
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment. Good luck trying to use it. All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay, I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. There are spinner hubcaps, frivolous things you put on your wheels. When the wheels come to a stop, the caps keep on spinning. There's no real use for them, it's just for vanity.
A vanity he wouldn't mind.
A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high. That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
As I said, they are useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
But thank you.
All right, let's not take them now. Then, come back once we realize we have to. Have this conversation again. And
sounds likely. Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type. Guess. Yes, sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here. What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything. Oh, you know. Apocalypse, Superstellar, the advanced interesting cop, liquid shadow cop. But you're too sorry to say those things. So, here we go. No, you don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance. Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million. That won't happen.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? Well. Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance, starting tomorrow.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really...
The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you? Another thing. Great. I love those. What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. You're not. You're a menace. Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the real cook is working. Yes?
You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the tray. Light.
Yes?
This is the door to the room you redecorate.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically.
the dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here. An aerostatic passes overhead, the whiskers of its floodlights on the ground below. Kitsuragi's glasses light up as he looks to the sky.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different inland, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate. Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Rebachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Rebachol. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station cold sleep. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. The coalition government and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They had been running this place after the revolution failed. They are a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Riyadh belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world. The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all blue.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Those others say they continue the humanist project set forth by Dolores Day.
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something almost self-explanatory. Something ominous. Something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me. Do you? No, we are stooges of the world's biggest bourgeois organization, protecting the people of Revachol. That's the hand we were dealt. Without the MI, we would be common vigilantes. Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging. Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable. I would say our initial inspection was very thorough, and we have solid leads to follow. Then you shot the body down, which was quite a shot. I admit I wasn't sure whether I should give you the gun, but I'm glad I did. Your shot enabled us to perform a field autopsy on I still feel like we're missing something, but we performed a thorough search of the premises.
He's right. You could smell it. That something is missing. even under the overpowering odor of the corpse.
Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean. Very important indeed. Well, we conducted an interview with Everard Clare. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information.
He's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief. Moving on, we tried to interview the White Pants rep, but she asked us to do something for her first. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us.
If Kim is emphasizing something this much, it really must be important.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
Беготня, ты, блядь, заебала пешком ходить. Карта вроде небольшая, но, блядь, пока допиздишь куда-то.
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go. Yes?
This fan has two chains. Or has it been consigned there as punishment? The blades come squeaking to a halt. It should be easier to reach the tie now. You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's what you have in your hand is a fantastically colorful tie with 4 or 5 different... If it's your friend, why was it up there? Who ties their friend? An ominous, foreboding feeling fills you as you look at the tie. A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain. Your eyes burn with photosensitivity. It's not good. The fan stands the lights. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression. The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hot smells of alcohol and sweat and grease. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost between the slowing, your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images.
А ёб твою мать, блять, тут еще во время сна надо играть. Ёбаный рот на. Сука. Нас-то пиздила. Я еще в этих конченых шмотках, в которых, блять, спать пошел. Ёбаный рот этого казино. Не те параметры будут улучшены, получается. О, нормальный ход педалей.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Oh no, funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there with one hand on the... Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone, and never... You found Elysium. Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams.
Вот про то, что это всех задолбало, это, блядь, 100%. Да, похуй вообще, это как-нибудь связано, блядь, с сюжетом.
Stinky boy. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and act. You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to...
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your... Oh yes, party boy. And it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Really? Because you feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday. Despite your debilitating hangover, you got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. With me. To wake up exactly 7:30 every morning until the day you die. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were high on speed. That was the only reason you got up. Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. After, suit yourself. Slow, sad shell man. See how you do.
Да похуй мне на город, блядь, ебало его ворло. Хоть всех сразу. Но, надо покормить, блядь, самого себя, бля, я ебал. Потому что это пиздец. Какой-то это пиздец. А вообще, по-хорошему, сегодня мы этот сюжет, очевидно, не добьем. Если нам еще только ворота в среду открывать, тут понедельник, блядь, занял 3 стрима. Ебаться в пассатиже. Короче, да. Что-то я погорячился с тем, что я за сегодня засяду, блядь. Часов 8 буду дрочить тут говнину, блядь, и закрою сюжет. Возможно, за следующие 4. Точнее, если брать в расчет 8, то уже 3 часа я, может быть, и закрою, блядь, сюжет, а может просто умру от какого-нибудь кринжа, блядь. И на этом я закончу прохождение. Я рот ебал ее переигрывать. Вот, но на сегодня, ну нахуй, пожалуй, закончим этот пиздец. Пожалуй, закончим, да. Вот, значит, что я вам хочу сказать. Всем спасибо за внимание. До свидания.